And with the slider mutes. Also increase the volume the thing. Ah. Upload. Why do I have this OBS volume slider? Volume mix. Error, but I guess not. Anyway, whatever. At least I caught that earlier. Boy, howdy, howdy. Good morning, good morning. Oh, a little sleepy. Oh, well. Guess I can turn this a little bit down for myself. And then what? The slider I could turn up a bit more and it makes it louder on y'all's end. Keep it about there. Don't that high, I think, yeah. Oh, something. What? Good lord, I'm gonna tab into that, not click the volume slider. But right, my control. I guess first thing I want to do is there it is boot up the game and see how things look currently. Gonna be Citrus out of here. Pop up. Also pop up. Oh my garbage. I'm gonna boot up the game and see how my shaders look currently, because I'm gonna be real, I've been experimenting, messing with shaders and not really updating the shaders. I should have probably updated my new shader stuff first before like anything else. Game muted, cause I feel like listening to it. Yeah, it is. I don't think I have any other spots here. Unlink. Yeah, things do be looking smooth. Pretty sure the only reason I have this shirt on was because I was making sure it looked correct. Like actually smooth with the image over it. Seems to be fine. I remember there was an issue with the what everyone calls dual shaders. Like what Cell uses so that he can have or dual EMBs rather is what they call it. Like what Cell uses so he can have his spots on his main color. Okay. Go do stuff. I could probably adjust the smooth value a bit more. I just don't want to do it too much because it makes the transformed characters like look a little odd. Right now, I think it looks pretty good. Base characters could be a little bit smoother though. Probably would have been smarter to launch the game with render dock so that I could capture a frame. I should be able to capture it. No, I wouldn't be able to capture it in global mode. As it's already like rendering stuff. Oh well, we can do a quick read then, whatever. little cooler looking, alright. He's like one of the ones that usually I have a rough time with. Let's see. So, character that uses like dual stuff. I guess that's mostly the ultra super villains, right? Oh yeah, the... okay, so I didn't do these... Did I not really do the smooth shading? That seems incorrect. I was doing... like what people call AO, the like shadows that you can see on his chest and abs. That looks too rough. Maybe I gotta recompile the shaders. Oh, okay, yeah, no. What I currently have installed is an old version because the ultra super villains here are like shiny on the like dark colored parts. Like they're using the original colors and not the smooth colors. Oh sure, I fixed it. Pretty sure I did. For the render dock, we'll just have on the side here. Where I have a mess of like folders open on the other end of my monitor here. When was this compiled? 11:30. And those are the HLSL files, right? These should be the compiled ones. Well, maybe I'll just recompile them. Alright, let's get rid of these, start fresh again. Where did I save backups of everything? My Xenoverse 2. I think my... like, I keep all my backups of everything in, like, the main folder. Like, my main game install directory, and I think that directory is, like, over 100 gigabytes now, because I just keep... I never want to delete any of my things. What if I need them later? I have backups of some mod folders from like 2018 or something like that, 2020. It's a little absurd. I don't think I have enhanced graphics on. We'll just bring this over. You know what? Just I could stop dragging things over. Shove them both in there. Who cares? Who cares? I already know I have like 100 copies of these two things like somewhere else. So we want EMZ pack to unpack them. Then we unpack the EMBs. I should make a batch script to just automate unpacking and packing these folders, but whatever. Alright, assuming... because these were made, if we exclude the revamp ones that I was testing. afternoon, basically 1 p.m. December 5th. And these were compiled basically a few minutes after. Alright. Just ignore adding the revamp ones for now. 440 is correct. This game has too many shaders. Although it's also on me for like deciding to edit every single like character shader instead of only the ones that are like actually used. But I mean, I guess I might as well be thorough, right? Back to EMZ. Okay. Like, ain't no one using like the simplified like mud shader ultra super villain version. Alright, let's launch the game with render doc. Just so if there's something I might want to modify, I can just see what the change would do pretty much immediately instead of needing to recompile the shaders and then relaunch the game and all that. And I really like the new music they added in the recent DLC they did. Right, things still looking smooth. How about Broly and the supervillains? Frieza. Okay, Frieza is smooth again. Alright, I just had outdated shaders like in there. You might notice that the rim lighting isn't exactly smooth on the Ultra Super Villains. I tried smoothing it out as best I can. The issue is just the way they did the textures, not really the shaders. Like, or actually, we can capture a frame right now. Or just capture a frame when he's not in a weird pose. Alright. Texture. He's screaming. No, that's after they already. His eyes, my dude. Let's get his, like, chest there. There we go. Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, then we can see what the game loads and uses at that time. Like, this is the DOT for the Ultra Super Villains. The issue is that this part is just too short and it's basically already smooth. I can't smooth it much more than this. Like, I think it's even shorter on free. about it. And that's why it looks like sharper than Jiren there. Get built, basically. Excuse me? Oh, there we go. Ah, no, they're about the same length, but yeah, it's... Right here, this is the ramp for it. It's just too short. I can't smooth it much more than that without just ruining how the shader is meant to be in the first place. Like ruining like how it would look if someone were to make like this part longer than this. But I think it'll just have to be something that people might just fix on their own with texture edits. But I also don't want to ruin how smooth like it is for like the normal colors as well. Just thinking of, we didn't check Broly. Okay, yeah, it's much smoother and less like pixelated looking. The extra shading like around his chest and whatnot. The new Broly also has something like that, like around him. Although it wasn't as bad as the it wasn't as bad as Restrained Broly. Restrained Broly had some real rough pixelation. In fact, like, let me see. Do that. Where's my shader folder? Let me grab the... It's the compiled ones. Right, yeah, no. These are the finished... like, actual code versions. I believe he uses Stain 3 Mask. Copy that. Also bring this back down. Recall. Show me the pixels. Oh yeah, I like that. It also has to do with the way they made these shaders in the first place. Oops. Like, it's a 512 by 512 texture. It looks okay enough, but being half the resolution of his normal texture, it gets pixelated when applied on him. Let's see. Rid of that. Zoom that to like normal. Hold. Give me the code. We paste that in and apply. Nothing changes because that's the exact shader he's using. Now, if I were to go in here and disable the smoothing process, like, just the code I edited for that. Give him the original one. Okay, yeah, immediately. I don't know what they're doing with the shader that it gets. That the image, when scaled up, gets like all crunchy looking. Oh, we can probably just add in there. Who cares? We don't need to optimize how things are. I'm just testing things. Like, the edges are so rough looking. Anyway, what I did here is basically just have a new function. Yeah, I just call it text mask because I just use it for the masking textures for the, like, what people call AO. Where I just take the image and basically just apply a basic Gaussian blur to the thing, and then I just let the game use that after I blur it a bit, so that it doesn't look as garbage. Like, you still get, like, the exact same way it still shades, like, from the DYT and all that. Just, it has a smoother image to use. So we... Is there any other oddities that have happened with these? Jiren, actually. Oh, well... they both look good. I'm gonna say I like the way Jiren looks better, but I think that's because... the way his rim lighting is slightly better. I think it has different EMM stuff. Vegeta looks pretty good as well. He's a lot smoother than Frieza is, and I think that's purely because... like the EMM parameters. Yeah, because Rose isn't as bad either. I'm gonna look into that myself. Like AO stuff on Piccolo looking pretty alright. Glow characters looking pretty okay. Nothing too extra. What's the default value that I have for characters anyway? Like, the way I set these shaders up, that I use a smooth ramp. That's what we passed by earlier. I pass values onto this to determine how strong the whole smoothing process is. Which I basically take from the game's own, like, Hero Coliseum, like, shading, smoothing parameters. Which is what I used to do originally, except I basically cut and pasted the code from the Hero Coliseum shaders into it for, like, the first versions of my smooth shader. But now, like, I think once they did either Future Saga 1 or Future Saga 2, one of those first two DLCs, they changed all of the shaders and, like, merged a lot of the common ones together. Like the Hero Coliseum shaders, the one that gives them the plastic, like, shine and whatnot, used to be, like, completely separate things, and now they're all just one single, like, character shader. And because of that, I learned, like, if we comment this out, goes back to the vanilla shading. What I learned is this here, or actually all three of them, rather, are, like, different flags for applying, like, the Hero Coliseum shading. Like, I learned that this one here was... if it's set to 1, it's like they use, like, 4 different floats as booleans. If you set it to 1, but also if you have these parameters set correctly. Here, we'll just paste them outside of this so it makes it easier. If you set it to 1 and actually have it use like these values, it smooths it out. Like I did some render captures of the stuff in a Hero Coliseum. I wonder if I still have those saved. I open a new window here. Yeah. I do have one of them saved. Just don't mind a billion Vegetas. But right, if we go to where it starts building Vegeta here, I guess it doesn't matter what Vegeta, just a Vegeta. Yo, howdy howdy. Coolest eyesight? Just wanted to say hi, right? Oh, good. Where was that? Right, with the shader here. What am I looking for? The vertex shader, what passes on as text chord 13, 14, 15. Yeah, you can see the game here setting like what conditions the shader should use for the Hero Coliseum. We go back here. Which was it? The common? No, when it gets to pixel shader, it's one, right? No. Versatile is what they call it? Yeah, okay. Yeah, param 11, 12, and 13. Was it? Yeah. What software am I using? This one, it's like a shader debugging software called RenderDoc. Like you launch the game with it and it captures... can capture like entire game frames for you to debug like your shaders. I use it with the external thing to like decompile and edit the shaders themselves. Oh yeah, right. I increased the smoothness from how the Hero Coliseum actually does it, actually. It does it by like 10, or 0.10 rather, instead of... at 125, I think I do. If we apply that, smoothing is less so... still there. And then, let's see, I remember... what was it? This flag here disables rim light. Then one of these enables... I think it's that one? That's like an ambient color. Ah, there's the plastic, like, shine figure effect that the game does. There's like 2 bits of shine. Oh, and then, yeah, this flag here enables like the shine to go over like the what's usually like pure black line work. Make it seem more like plastic in a way. There's another one that's like an actual like plastic highlight. Right, that flag does something. I think that's meant to be like a static sort of thing. Oh, is that one of these? Is it? Oh, in any case, the point being is that like the actual character shaders themselves contain the code for the Hero Coliseum stuff, and I just, to make my smooth shaders work, I just enable one of the flags so that the shader can do its normal smooth like shading code instead of the kind of scuffed way I put it together. It looks a lot better in most conditions than the way my shader did. So I like that. But I get so good at coding, I just been doing it as a hobby for a long time now. I still don't think I'm that good at it. It's just I'm able to, I guess I'm just able to visualize things like numbers and patterns and whatnot easier than most. Although I again attribute, like I talked about it before, but I remember getting really into like modding Smash Brothers Brawl when that scene was pretty much just beginning. And in the early days of that, there was like a lot of hex editing and other things that you needed to do to get stuff working. So starting all the way back then, when did that even come out? First Smash Brother Brawl release date? It must have been like a year or two after Brawl released. Probably around a year if the modding scene was just beginning, which was around 2009. Holy. Yeah, I've been doing like game modding, coding, and stuff as a hobby since then. It's just something I still find fun. I'm always learning new stuff, even now. Like this shader code might look like gibberish, and it kind of is since it's decompiled. It's not like what the original code looked like at all. But through experimentation, just like messing with stuff, like, oh, what does here, let's bring them back to the vanilla shading real quick. Like looking at stuff here, like, okay, this is using material scale 1's X value. I know in the EMM when modding Xenoverse that controls what color to use on the DYT. Like if we change that to 1, see it changes the colors. Change it to 2 here. Like that's the color it's grabbing from the gold thing. Back to vanilla. What if I change this to 0.9? Oh, that didn't do anything. What about this first one? Okay, now it changes stuff. If I change it to 0.5. Oh, now he's got like kind of green. Yeah, it's just finding something that looks familiar and then starting from there. So we know that what it's doing right here is figuring out... let's see. what it's doing here, it's not this exact one, but it's loading a DYT and getting what ramp it should select. This one being like the first ramp. There's another value it uses to get like the second one, etc. Like it gets the height it should use, and then on the second part, it uses what it calculated as the height to actually grab it when loading the actual image, which is what it's doing right here. Sampler tune is what they call the DYT internally. But yeah, that's all coding really is to me. It's just... Alright, let's take a look at things and just mess with values randomly to see how things might work. Like, I know if I... using what I was messing with earlier... Like, knowing that this value disables the rim light was 1. It's just mess with it. Like, change the way these work. Or these default values from 0 to 1. See what they change. But also, there's a bit here that the shader does. Like, all this right here, this block of code, is just the shader applying the rim light. Like, if we delete it, because it doesn't actually need it, and reapply the edits, you can see the rim light's completely gone. And they have it in its own block of code here so that they can disable it when doing the Hero Coliseum shading, since they put a plastic, like, shine sort of thing over the characters instead. You can even see a bit above it. This bit here is loading the rim light colors from the stage. That's what these two textures are. And then this one right here is an overlay whenever using skills. Like, whenever you use the skills, how your character has like the light reflected onto them. Like if you use Kamehameha, Goku will have like a blue light projected over like the front of him. That's what the game is loading here as like Temp 14. See, they still use temp names. They didn't really bother naming it at that point in time. What I would like to do one day is be able to make like a full decompiled shader that uses actual functions and names instead of the temporary like register names that the decompiler uses. See here. What was I talking about to begin? Right, I made my code like pretty modular. Let's get the default stuff back in here since I don't know what I changed. There we go. I made things pretty modular when they need to be. Like here, I'm replacing it just loading the rim light shading and smoothing out the ramp. Like, if I get rid of my custom code here, it uses the default rim lighting, which I guess is hard to see. I think at this point, if I change R5, which is what it sets the base color onto, if I just set that to 0, there we go. Okay, it makes them like pitch black, and you can see how the rim lighting's applied over the model. like a white color. If I put my rim light stuff back, also change this back to size 0. You can see how my shader smooths out the transition. We can just put this at the bottom and do the comparison easier. Like the vanilla way the vanilla way the game does it is already pretty smooth, honestly. But I wanted it to be consistent with how I've been smoothing the model, so I did it. I smooth it out just a little bit more. I don't think I do it as strongly as I do the actual colors. Alright, I made my shaders modular. As you can see, I have like notes here and a lot of stuff. Ow. Like I have my own like set of flags here basically. I can set the strength for how strong the rim light is smoothed. Oh no, this is the strength, right? If we go back to where the rim light code actually is, I found out here where it does the saturate against the R8 register. This is where it does like how strong the rim light should be. In default, it's hard coded to be like 0.5, but I set it to use my own thing up here that I set earlier, so that I can control the strength on my own without needing to like go down to that bit of code and edit it every time. If I can change it to 0.5, we can half how strong the rim light is. It's a lot less intense. Default, I haven't even increased how strong it is by making the values larger. Why in Xenoverse 1 where the character is so much brighter, that a shader thing, it kind of is a shader thing. Like, let's see. Do I still have my Xenoverse 1 file? I had Xenoverse 1, like, all extracted and all that. Okay, I do still have Xenoverse 1 files. So let's grab Goku real quick. Yeah, okay, there it is. Like, the way they did the rim lighting was different in Xenoverse 1, and that's why the colors are different. Even though the actual, like, I think the actual DYTs are the same. Oh, yeah. I was loading a DYT. Let's actually, for better comparison, actually just grab Goku here. We didn't really need to zoom in. Yeah, we don't care about the changes right now. We didn't do anything. Alright, if we go to where it starts building him, his gi, I think is what I want. There we go. See, this is his Xenoverse 2 DYT. And then, if we look at the Xenoverse 1 version, like, overall, it's pretty similar. Like Like, the orange color is actually funny. You can see that's exactly the same. You see they have the messed up, like, diagonal pixels here? That's actually still present in the Xenoverse 1 texture. You can even see there's like an extra orange, bright orange pixel where it starts to get darker. That's also like here. So the orange color is still exactly the same as it was in Xenoverse 1. The other colors as well. Like the white, the blue, the skin tone. The difference is, Xenoverse 2 uses, like, you see this green to yellow gradient. In the Xenoverse 1, it's different. It almost looks similar to how the Ultra Supervillains, like, shading looks with the short, where they had like a short purple bit. Reload Jiren again real quick. Go to where they started building his body. Yeah. See Jiren, like, the first part is the crystal, we can ignore that. The second part, though, you see under it has like a short ink bit instead of like the green-yellow gradient. It's similar, and that's because the Ultra Supervillains shaders, I think, uses almost the same exact code that the Xenoverse 1 shaders use for applying Rim Light. But right, let's get a normal character in here again. The point being is that the actual colors themselves aren't different. It's how they use, like, that rim lighting. Alright, it's like... Yeah, let's get into stage, since that will be easier to demonstrate. Like, Xenoverse 1 still uses rim lighting. That little strip of color that's below, like, the main color is the rim lighting for Xenoverse 1. Okay, let's actually grab Goku now, so that will be a bit easier to show what I'm gonna talk about here. Oops. Okay, there, that's when it starts building. Here we go, it's this. This is the stage rim lighting. The way rim lighting works in Xenoverse 2 is it takes this first bit and it applies that as the, like, the left and right direction of the, or no, not the left and right. It uses it as a bottom and top. That's why this left side here is meant to be the ground, and then the right side is meant to be the sky if you were to rotate it. And then, this second bit, I think, is meant to be, like, an overall color? Like a bit of a color modifier. Oops, I zoomed in way too much. 100? There we go. I can see the bottom parts of it are green because of the stage lighting. Like, when they made Xenoverse 2, they wanted, they wanted it to make it look like the stage was, like, affecting the character's lighting a bit. Get a color to edit. Let's also get... Let's see. We can use just a normal stain 3 DFD. Unified, right? Okay, yeah. And this is the correct thing we're messing with here, right? Not too far down. I'm gonna test my stuff. Right. If we change R5 to 0 here, his clothes should... Yeah, okay. And that makes it easier to see. Let's get rid of the smoothing that I'm doing to this as well. Actually, we can just set this to be 0 as like a false thing. So it loads that first bit here. If I were to like just make that 0 as if it didn't exist. Yeah, okay, so the second bit is like a color modifier. We stop it from loading like that other part of the texture ramp. You can see like the... It's almost like it's like this clothes are reflective. It's like a 2-pass thing. Yeah, characters and stages have different rim lights. Like if we were to load Goku here on the stage with very different lighting, like the volcanic wasteland. You see that he... Instead of like kind of having greenish tint around him from the rim lighting, it's like far more orange. On a diagonal plane. Freaking... Alright, fine. Copy that so I don't have to mess with it later. Now let's get where it starts building his model again. Yeah. If we make the colors on his gi black again, you can see instead of the green, it's like a fiery orange. We go to when it starts building it. Yeah, and then we can see it's like all shades of orange instead of like the blues and greens. This is the stage, I like the lighting. That's the difference between Xenoverse 1 and Xenoverse 2. In Xenoverse 2, it did the whole rim lighting process, but it used as like a color from the characters themselves. Like it would use this kind of muted orange as the rim light over his gi. It's like palish white over like the white parts. But this very pale blue over the inner part of his gi. And it didn't matter what stage you were in, it would always use those like kind of colors as the rim light. But in Xenoverse 2, they changed it because they wanted the stages them to like affect the character lighting. Or how the character is shaded, rather. So that I guess it looks more natural. That would be my assumption for it. Okay, let's keep that. Yeah, that's why characters look different in Xenoverse 1 compared to Xenoverse 2. I did... I probably need to desaturate the colors a little bit more to match Xenoverse 1 a bit more closely. But I did think of a way to get Xenoverse 2 shading looking closer to... Xenoverse 1. Did I ever incorporate that change into my stuff here? I don't think I did. I think I was working on it. I just never did. Is that correct? Do I have it in smooth RAM? I do not. I think what I wanted to do was make a new function specifically for the Xenoverse 1 shading idea. Let me... Do I have that saved? One of my billion other notepad things. This is oh, no, that's not. It kind of is. Why don't I ever keep things organized? Whatever, I know what I need to do. We'll just recreate the effect that I was thinking of. Alright, what, first we gotta go up here. It uses R11. Actually, we'll just copy this as it is. Alright, so we go down to where it loads these two colors, and what we're gonna do is change them, I think. Let's actually spell float correctly. Float to... what do you call this? I guess they're technically UVs. Right, and we don't actually care about keeping... Wait, we only want one value, not two. And change it to that. UVY. And then UV... X will be what would... yeah. R11.x. I don't think R11 ever changes because it needs it to be static for the ramps. Alright, so we have that. Let's have another... Actually, no, we don't need to do anything else, I think. I think it's literally just changing these two here, R9 and R8. Since that's the left, right, top, bottom. Or not, no, that's the left, or top, bottom. Rim light, and then like the intensity kind of color thing. We change R9 to load the DYT using what we set here. And then I guess for simplicity's sakes, we can just have R not, or, yeah. Just have it equal the same thing. No need to load the texture. Oops. What did I mess up? I forgot the colon thing there. There we go. I think that should have been correct, yeah? So we remove this. Yeah, okay. Just a little hard to see while on an actual fiery stage. What if we keep R8 vanilla? Okay, you still get the ghee color. Let's go back to the plains, where the fire isn't so intense looking. The surrounding like orange color makes it hard to see against this orange ghee. This one's a bit better. You get that in there and then apply it. And maybe also set this back to... There we go. Okay, yeah, you can see it's acting a bit more how Xenoverse 1 would do it, where it's using like the actual ghee color. Like an orange color over the ghee instead of like what the game originally intended, which was the stage color here. If we apply... put the colors back onto them, like its actual main colors. He doesn't look like as like saturated now. If we return it to the normal. See, the rim light reaches over too much over the character, I think. I think is one of the issues of how they decided to do things. I don't think it's bad the way they wanted the like stage lighting to reflect over the characters. I just think it's a bit too strong. If we do it here, the edges of the character, I think, look a bit better. Colors look a bit darker and all that. We can probably do with increasing the rim light intensity a bit. Maybe not by like 50. Or no, I guess that works a bit better. Okay, I want it stronger. Okay, that's a bit too much now. Now it just looks like just red. I could probably do it washing out the colors it's grabbing just a bit. Like, how would I do this? Maybe... maybe I want to do R8 as the normal color, but then R9 as something like this. Oops. Oh, I forgot the equal sign. Did we keep these vanillas up here? Yeah, we did. Maybe. How did it look before? Okay, it's a very slight difference that's happening there. It's Not as bright. Maybe saturate isn't the correct one. I don't think I would want to do a min-max. Maybe just a simple... like half multiplier. Yeah, that just messes with the intensity of the color overall. Oh well. In any case, it's not meant to match Xenoverse 1 like 1-to-1 anyway. I think that would be impossible because just of how things are. I can get a decent looking result that resembles it well enough by doing this. Just instead of using like the stage lighting, I just make it grab the lighting from like the actual main like mesh color. In this case, Goku's like orangey, and then I use that as the rim lighting color instead of the stage lighting. Simple enough approach that works well and that's what I got, right, that's smooth shading, I think. I know, I'm always going back and forth on how strong I want the, like, smooth intensity to be. I remember, what, I was looking at Nappa here, and I was thinking that the smoothness of his skin could be a bit more, like, a bit stronger, because you can kind of still see the color band. Why don't I watch Dragon Ball? Wrong one. Oh, get this out of here. We don't need this. It's not that I don't want to watch it. I'm just never really been too interested in watching it. I have watched a few episodes. Just also, like, time too, I guess. There's a lot of anime that I'd like to watch, it's just... I don't really... I never end up having time to just sit down and watch anime. I always feel like I gotta work on something. Like with these shaders, for instance. Like, I've been really meaning to try finishing, like, these shaders over the last weekend. But I've been sidetracked and, on just getting distracted, I guess, more correct term. Like, experimenting with, how the shaders work. Here, let me stop listening to the same, like, 4 tracks here. All my others. Bowser. Nah. New game music. I did remember watching like the end of the Tournament of Power stuff. Fight with Jiren. I enjoyed that. That's pretty fun. I actually remember watching it with my little brother when he was still visiting. I'm using 1.25. Like the Hero Coliseum would use just 10 as the shading value. It's not really smooth on this dude at all. I think it's just the way his DYT is. Hold on. What does your DYT look like? It's not that. Like, how far can I increase this before it looks weird on other characters? Like, if I go 1.5, it looks a bit better now. Or maybe it's using, like, 100. I know when you start getting out of, like, the tenths, it starts looking... Like, yeah, if I use 1.2 instead of 1.25, it already then looks a lot smoother. Maybe I should just use 1.2. Was there a reason for me not wanting to use that? I think the reason might just be Metal Cooler. Like the way this dude's colors work is actually very annoying. Maybe I should just stop trying to consider him at all when designing these shaders. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, I thought I got messaged. I guess not. That was one of my main issues when messing with the smooth shaders before as well. This dude, making him look good when you smooth out his colors is like an absurd effort. Like if we were... Look at the way they designed it. They have like these dark black streaks in the middle of it instead of something more like this. Which I guess... Sure, it gets the way that his colors are in the anime, I think. Oh, I was meant to decompile the shader after grabbing it. Let's grab the dude before it renders the UI stuff. That's good enough. If I disable everything here, yeah, the way like these wavy streaks are mimics how it was in the anime well enough, but it makes smoothing out as extra while having it look good. Be rough. If I... Yeah. That's why I use like 1.25, because 1.2 makes him look a lot darker. Why is he like this? Maybe I can use 1.3. He still kind of has those dark streaks when it's 1.3. Like here, he has them when it's 1.25. It is like really kind of faded. Go 1.3. Gets a little bit darker. He still keeps them. And it doesn't look as bad as we... as using 1.2, I think. It looks like he has like a very dark shadow to the side of him. Maybe we'll compromise and use that? How does it look on other characters using that value? Like Nappa, it looked... Oh no, we looked at 1.2, but not 1.3. Ah, no, that doesn't look good at all. I hate maybe I should just... 0.4? 1.45, maybe. I hate Metal Cooler. I'm pretty sure he's the only one with this issue too. Alright, we can increase things again. I don't think I like that. I think that's worse than just using 1.2 rather. Not that. Oh, I don't like the way the color is on his chest here when I do that. Or maybe that's just the shine ramp doing that, which I don't want to mess with too much. Smoothing that out causes more issues than it's worth. Golden Frieza looks fine, and that's because he doesn't have the dark streaks in the middle of his texture like Cooler has. I think he looks fine enough. I might just... I want to increase it. Hold on, if I... bring this down to 2... Yeah, 2 still looks good. And 2 looked better on like this kind of skin DYTs. Nappa and other characters had. Oh yeah, if we look at Frieza's colors here, he doesn't have like those black streaks in the middle of his colors like Metal Cooler did. It really is only an issue with the way they made Metal Cooler's DYTs. It's otherwise, like, fine on everyone else. Let's look at another character then. No. Fearless looks pretty smooth and alright. Geist looks fine. I think it's more just the peach skin characters. Like, Raccoon also has the thing that Nappa did, where it's not like a cleanly smooth transition. As you can see, his lips are still textured on them. inner suit when you remove the white part, because they just use like normal body like texture. It's very silly. Like, you weren't gonna see it anyway, why fix it? Go back up here, set it to 1.2. Okay, yeah, it's... I think we'll edit the shaders to use 1.2 as the rim light, or not the rim light, the smoothing strength. If we also do this on the gloves, that uses a different shader than the skin. We also do this on the gloves, does it also fix that? Because you kind of not really a smooth transition. It gets better. It looks like. Not the best, but it's better than using 25 here, yeah. Wonder, can we do anything or actual function here for putting out things? I was thinking what if I just send... I keep giving myself crowns because I'm using a numpad. I keep forgetting that's my hotkey thing. But right, I was wondering why I don't just send the texture after it's loaded to this function, but I think that's because I need to do this to copy how the game is smoothing the... Hold on, do I use this for the colors? No, I let the game do it itself. I am using the same math. Actually, I seem to only be using this function for the rim light, since it doesn't do that same smoothing math on it that it does for all the other colors. Alright, we'll leave that as is. If we do just 0.1 on the skin. No. Do 0. Oh, and then if you go really high, you just freaking desaturate the hell out of his colors. No, you becomes a bit brighter and you lose some brightness here. Again, that's too much. Becomes a bit darker. Hold on, if I... Oh, he's bright to begin with. What does that look on his gloves using 0.3? Oh, right, that's also affecting the... like, armor. The armor kind of becomes flat if I go... and use like 30%. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. 0.2 is better. And going by what I'm looking at here, I was like, I don't like how bright he looks, but that's just how he is, it looks like. I think it becomes flatter in the darker shades if I use 0.2 though. Yeah, the shadows aren't as strong anymore. Hmm. I think we just use 1.2. Because it keeps the shadows looking good. The smooth, for the transition, when it goes from like the bright to the darker colors is still pretty good. And then when, yeah, on stuff like the skin tones, it's still decently smooth. There's angles where you have like the more of a sharper transition, but I think that's just because of the model itself and not the way I'm smoothing the DYTs. Like here, on the rounded bits, where the normals would be smoother, that's a pretty decent transition, but when you get to parts where, like, you get weird curvature, it's a little weird, but I don't think there's much I can do without just, again, just setting values stupidly high and then getting extremely desaturated colors. Like, yeah, it's really smooth no matter the angle, but at the same time, a lot of the colors are lost. I remember one of these being like kind of a saturation value. I think that might have been actually what I labeled as plastic shine 2, which isn't the correct thing after messing with it a bit. Oh, was it this one rather than I'm thinking of? Remember one of these being really high or negative did some color changes. Or was it the intensity that I'm thinking of? Was it you? Ah, might be you. Was it you being negative? Was it you being negative? Okay, maybe value isn't what I'm looking for. Oh no, you lost all its color. Oh, right, because I think it's using these values as like color overlay, maybe? No, where? Why are you suddenly becoming colorless? Where'd your... What happened? Wish I remembered what that did. Oh, okay. That might be the saturation value I was thinking of. Here, let's move like the extra. There's I use. Maybe we can smooth it and then... That looks interesting, what it's doing to the armor. Wow, it's Scouter, like... I'm very green. Maybe I can kind of like... That was just using like a high value rather. Oh, it seems to be based on how strong actually due to rim light strength. And then if we disable this, like... Oh, okay. Brighter, smooth. If we use this on the skin... Okay. Ah. Righto. Be seen you then. Thanks for stopping by. Alright, we might be onto something here. Here, let's... Right, click on Metal Cooler. How would it look for the transformed characters here? Because Frieza doesn't look that desaturated, right? Oh, okay, yeah. I figured it would do something like this to the... Hey, what if we remove this saturation barrier? Each color is brighter. Show me a character. Yeah, just show me how this might look on this idiot. We're not using 0.3. That looks bad. Go back to 1, 2. Not sure I like that, like, saturation filter on him. Well, we also... It's so late. Looks... better. I think we also apply the... like Xenoverse 1 style shading. He just looks better immediately because the rim lighting isn't like washing out his colors all that much. No, we only need a flip. Whatever. Oops, not your fault. this, but I guess... Oh, you know what was another mistake I was doing is that I'm using the character thing here instead of whatever it wanted to do. Have that be R8X. R9. And R8. Alright, and what if we use R11? Alright, what if we use R11 for that? But then we change the X to be R8Y? And then load that? Oh, I forgot that. No, because it's using the thing horizontally again. Could use it as an... Yeah, no. Leaving them loaded the same way is much better. We can also avoid changing this and... No, we can't. Oh, we're not keeping the original, okay. Have it do what it wanted to do in the first place. There we go. Okay, I think... on 1.2 is what I wanted to avoid because just what it's doing to him. If we get rid of the saturation thing. Oh, he looks so... The shadows are so dark on him, dude. I hate it. And he just looks way too rough. Alright, I think I just gotta live with the fact that I can't I can't make Metal Cooler look that good. Not with the stupidly unique way his oops, his like colors are made. Just double checking here. It's like reducing that to 1.2, right? Yeah. Or maybe... we go 1.5? No. 4? 3? 7? 9? 1.2. So funny how my sister's about. No. Or 0.2 rather. Yeah, we'll just keep 1.2 since I think that might look the best. Best overall. We can maybe have a... the saturation flag on as well. I'm still not too sure if that would look good. Okay, let's... like a shiny character. A normal kind of shiny character, Frieza here. Since he shaded it the same way like the transform characters are. Yeah, it makes them too bright. Alright, I think we keep the kind of color correction thing off. Or if we use it, it's like not that bright. Or maybe it's not bright enough. Huh. Maybe if I use like the kind of similar values, like I'm using... Actually, the vanilla value was like 0.10. Well, this was... Or I think it was actually 1.10. I changed it to 0 because I was trying to mess with it, seeing what it did. But it was 0.10, which was the same as what it used for like the actual shading. Value of like 1.2 here, which is similar enough. Probably what I'm meant to do. Colors kind of faded, but then they're brought back when I do this. Maybe. Alright. That was R2W, right? What I labeled as plastic shine. I think this is like better labeled as contrast. Is using this. Right, thinking about it, it makes sense that there would be a contrast value. I think the Hero Coliseum fades the colors a little bit, in addition to like the whole plastic shine stuff. So that they look, the characters look more like they're actually plastic and whatnot. Okay, okay. I think we do our shader edits with these top changes here, recompile them, and then see how the game looks after that. Here, we don't need the game running. Get out of here. Okay. Hold on. How does this work again? No. Alright. Yeah, no. Okay, so these are the... Close those. Put give me, because they all should have the same values up here. I spent like 8 hours or something making sure all the shaders had like the exact same parameters so that I could do quick edits like this. Nope. Already how it should be. Sure, that's the correct path. Subfolder. Although gonna be editing this, the ones in this folder actually, and not the ones I have in here. I think the ones I have in here. 1259. Oh yeah, they're exactly the same. I just put them in here, right, because I thought I was done with them. That I could finish smooth shaders is what I was thinking of as that. Right now, we edit these. And that's not. Can I have my folder? There. Old. And we'll call this the B1, I guess. There we go, and just have it there. We're editing these in. We'll keep a backup of this as well. Have it. Name be consistent. There we go. Yeah, because these are the compiled ones, these are the... that. Okay, first things first, just because it'll bother me if I don't do it. We want that to be that. It's just a normal replacement. Replacing files. And edit all like 440 different things, goddamn. I can't believe. No, I can believe that. I'm gonna say I can't believe that I would actually go through and edit 440 different files. But at least I can do stuff like this. Here, let me actually... one of the basic ones here. 2 unified stage 3. That is the default, ain't it? And 440 things replaced. Good. As long as that keeps saying 440. We're good. Alright, and then... Plastic Shine 2 isn't that, it's... Contrast. Oh, and it should also replace this bit down here, so we should get 880. Damn, I'm smart. Yep. Alright. Oh, and then... this now, since we wanna edit it, or remove the commenting thing there. Oops. Alright, so we're using the contrast flag. What did we have this set to on previous here? We were matching what it was, yeah. Okay, we want to change this. We want it to be 120, and then that's how we keep them even. Alright. Replacing file. Yeah, if anyone was ever known me for my Xenoverse shading mods and wonder why it takes me so goddamn long to finally like push out updates for them. It's because of this, I'm always tweaking things like here and there to try to get the best result I can. Okay, so this should be good. We're using that flag. Contrast. We set contrast. We lessened. I think that was basically it. We still need to go back in and add the code that supports like the Xenoverse 1 shading mode. But we'll make sure this looks good first. Fit right, there's simplified shaders that don't do anything. You really just remove those, hold on. Delete them, but only for now. I'll undelete them later. Bring that folder back, thank you. And new folders is backups. Okay, we'll keep those there. What folder is it looking for? HLSL done. And I want to put that in. So what again? I'll put XP. Can I just have it? Hey, no. Let's just do this the way I've already set things up. Okay, compile, please. Succeeded. Good. Better. Alright, how about seeing the kind of dumb garbage I've been working on while this stuff is compiling? What would be the best way? I think I have a render doc capture. Could help with this. I would have to edit things slightly. How this will work. Remove changes from that because we don't care about that. That's not correct. That's not correct either. You know what? We'll go back. Past shaders. Been messing with unique effects. Like if we take this one. Still compiling. Do this. I think there's edits we need to do. Like that. Oh no, that's the wrong one. We need to have this load. Load nothing. Then when we go up here, we have this load 1 instead of 2. Yeah, there we go. I should also go into the function and have it shrink the UVs a bit. Yeah. I also need to go and do similar code to when it starts using V6. Was it VA? I feel like no, this is V7. It should be V6. V6 being the parameter for the rim lighting. Like direction. Ah, here it is. It's a more thing. I just use this value. We can just probably just shove it in there. Oh? Oh, this is R6, not V6. What the? When did it finally decide to use? Yeah, no. Does it do it way? No, that can't be. Oh no, easiest way I guess is actually go to where it's floating the rim like garbage. R8. Right. When do you start setting that garbage? Up here. It's R8Z. When do you start setting X? Oh. B2. That doesn't seem right. I feel like I used to have this, and then... Yeah, of course that didn't do anything. Like, it's not one door. Maybe it is. Okay, there we go, yeah, okay. It messed with the other stuff. That's because they don't have a normal map applied. There we go, now it's actually abiding by the normal map texture here. But yeah, this is sort of garbage that I've been messing with. If we go to how, or when it starts rendering the shirt. There we go. Have it loading an actual normal map. And then applying that. Like, over the model. It took me forever to figure out how to actually get the normal map, like, actually looking correct. Turns out it's not that hard. I just needed a... The models, like, in vanilla don't have tangents, so I needed to do this garbage here. Basically reconstruct things from the normal map and then apply it. Apply it to the lighting before the shader actually uses it for the textures later on, like the colors. Overall, it looks pretty interesting. It's like halfway to the Breakers style shading. Anyway. Get that out of here. We'll do. Yeah, we'll just that. I don't think we need to take any other captures. Where are my shaders? Where did I put it? Here? Yeah, because things are done. 418! Oh, wait. Why? I think I remember needing to fix something. Which, which... Hold on. If we go in here... Like a difference between... Yeah, it's the freaking eye and... What was wrong with these, shaders again? They're all things I manually fix. Why don't they compile? You gave me like an error log, right? Variable R12 used. If we go to 615, it's the right. That's what the issue was before. It's because these stupid shaders. Ah. Now let's load the shader up, I guess. The tune unifier. HVM and RP. It's just these stupid ultra super villain shaders they made do the rim lighting stuff differently. Actually, if I remember correctly, it's because I'm stupid and I forgot like a thing here. Can I just skip having to re-edit those ones specific? I should probably fix them if I'm gonna keep using these as a base. Alright. HLSL. I did 408 shaders, which mean 22 of them. Right? 18 to 20, 20 more. Yeah, 22 shaders didn't get compiled. We look in here. This 22. 24. Oh, because of the revamp, so it is 22. These are the ones I need to look into. Okay, well, just here, open one of them. Alright, now move the frickin' thing to other view. There we go. Yo, howdy. We're seeing a VR coder. I assume you mean VTuber. T. Really? I've seen a couple of them. I'm not sure I would really call myself a coder to begin with, though. Kind of just mess around with things until either figure something out or something cool happens. Alright, it's only 22 shaders. Let's find the ones that are broken and do the same fixes to them, I guess. Keep things consistent. Alright, let's get to XVM and RP shader. Actually, it's like any hold on, if I should probably do it like this. Oh, that's 38 different things. Whatever, just shove them all into this side. Hacking NASA? Sure feels like that sometimes, huh? No, I'm messing with the shader like code for Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Like how the game renders things, basically. If we swap these values back. How the game looks normally. And I did a whole bunch of like custom code and stuff later on in the shader and whatnot. To like smooth out like the colors. To give it the same, or not the same, but a similar look to some of the other like older Dragon Ball games. I think people compared it to like Raging Blast 2. Yeah, like Minecraft shaders in a way, where you just make custom stuff. Just changing how the game renders things, how it looks. I remember looking into Minecraft shaders once upon a time, but I didn't understand things at the time. It's a lot easier the code for than this. All of what I'm looking at here is it's like decompiled code because I don't got the original source code for the game shaders. I just decompiled them and I'm editing that, which is a lot more complicated. Decently rough. Here, around here. What did I... Right, I'm missing this bit. I think this bit is the same in like most of the shaders. You just do a copy paste of that. Okay, so that's that one. Oh, I guess we'll just... go as during this here. Let's see, LT3 DFD, yeah, or NRP rather. A bunch of copy and paste because I completely ruined things by accidentally deleting important bits. What zeros? No, go to MUT. Stuff is pretty much exactly the same. Wonder Legends are great Minecraft shaders. I am not. Unfortunately, I mess with a game everyone seems to hate, I guess. I never got into Minecraft modding. I tried it a couple times before, but Java just seems like too complicated of a thing for me to mess with. And I'm glad this is a simple copy-paste job. Right, now the 43B shaders, yeah. What's your issue? Oh no, I just dropped it. There is no issue with you. You're... wait. Did I grab the... EU43... No, it's 3.8 that I'm looking at here. Either case, there doesn't seem to be an issue with this shader. Grabbing the values quickly. That's not one of them. That one's fine. That one still has the data. This one does not. Alright, what am I looking for? Okay, here we go. Yeah. Which game? Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. It's the one I was showing right here that I have like a frame loaded in as like a debug thing to mess with. The game has been pretty fun to mod. We're done with this. The MU2 version, which is here. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2. Probably the game I spent the most time, like, making mods for. MUT1? Yeah. This line of code seems to be exactly the same between all of the shaders, but I'm just redoing the copy and paste just to make sure it's actually matching and correct. You're fine. I think the 3B shaders are all fine. Yeah, seems so. And then we reach this, the 3.8, yeah. Okay, I think I needed that. They all seem to be the same anyway. How do I keep adding an extra line? Am I stupid? Why don't I have... Did I accidentally close it? Whatever, we'll just hope that line of code works. Oh no, it's... I thought it was somewhere in the center here. It's the 4038. I could create Minecraft shader? Maybe. Like, I still don't fully understand like how shaders work entirely. But that's probably only really because I've been messing with like decompiled code here instead of like actual real code. We seem to be done with the eye shaders. We can exit all that. We're looking for the unified 3D2. Okay, so this is it. I have been having fun trying to create what I can, or at least this game, like creating new ways to render things. My PC specs, not that good. I have like a, what? It's a pretty cheap kind of garbage. Probably could have brought up the NVIDIA thing. Yeah, a 3070. I almost called it a 3060. $3070, a CPU from like 4 years ago. Yes. You're already cool. Nothing all that impressive, honestly. I would like to get a better GPU and CPU at some point. I do like to mess with 3D rendering and whatnot every now and then. 1D XPL. this one? Yeah. Also, some coding projects that I guess take a little bit of extra time. But I don't exactly got the best CPU. And what, the non-XVM version? Wasn't that over here? Oh, it's this one. It's 128GB of RAM. That's way more than what I have. I think I'm still on like 32. Cast. Man, I would like to have another 32 gigs. I should have bought more RAM before things started going the way they have. Probably gonna have to stick with 32 for quite a bit longer. You got it. I'm really jealous. That it? Filling me with the envy. I think what I need more than RAM anyways, the CPU. A better one anyway, I'm pretty sure. I still have this open. What do I have? I still have a Ryzen 5. When did this thing come out? $2019? Oh, it's older than I thought it was. Thing's already like 6 years old. I really could do an update at some point. It wasn't that old when I got it, I think. 150 a sub? Yo, thanks. Thank you, thank you. Oh, TU38 3D? Yeah, okay. This shader. To make sure we're copying the right values. And the same, but the D2 version. Freaking monotonous. Is that the right word? Oh, you're already good. You're not. Tedium of just going back and forth between two different files, making sure things are correct. Copying, pasting. Alright, 2 more. I at least only have to do this one. Here. We're looking for 1D238. Oh, whatever. Oh, XVM. That's the difference. Right? Oh, look at this. Oh, that's 1D. Where the hell are you? No, that is the one I need to edit. Or I need to copy from. Okay, no, we're good. Got a Ryzen 9 9950X. Those are impressive. I'm not sure I'm the best one. Best person to ask for tech advice, though. Especially when it comes to high-end, high-end components, since I'm too poor to afford and even look at that sort of stuff myself. Okay, yeah. It's this one I need to copy from. I'm not sure what would even cause lagging on that. Righto, see ya, see ya. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Always appreciate it. Yes. Okay. We got that done. Hopefully. Two shaders, right? I don't want to have it recompiled all like 400 things. Just delete those real quick. Do this in a simple, busted way. Alright, let's see it. Maybe, hopefully, unless I forgot something. Alright, no, it looks like it's succeeding now. Get this text file out of here. We don't need that. Alright, if you're looking here, 440! Okay. I edited these instead of the HLSL done one. Whatever. If these are like exact copies, or no, not the HLSL done. The ones in the shaders. Oh, because it's still undeleting those files? What the hell? It hates what I've done. There we go. Oh, I do need an upgrade for my PC. Just wipe everything, redo all my installs again. Always the fun part, right? Alright. Alright, hold on. Start with the eye shaders. Be these. Why did the eye shaders that give me the problems? Okay, that's 12. Place those. That also include the non-unified versions in here. Yeah. Okay. Do I have the... No, okay. They're all still together. So that would be this. And then these two. Right? And items. Okay, yeah. Alright, put those in there so I never have to do that again. Oh, okay. Get that folder out of here. Alright, so now we got these here. Um, 440 shade. Alright, we'll copy this into here. Replace them. Copy it into here. Replace. Right, and then back to EMB here. At EMB. Back to EMZ. Why does it double pack the shaders like this? I don't understand again. Okay, everything good to go and test again. Why is editing the shaders so dumb? Give me the game. Forgot I need to tab back into it if I click out like that. Oh man, it's already been like almost 3 hours since I started. Quickly look and see how the game is, and then looking smooth. Bit more contrast. Rim light's a bit bright, but that's just how the rim light is at default values. But we'll ignore that for now. We'll make versions of the shader packs that have varying intensity. For now, I just want to see that the actual main characters will not look proper, look fine. We scroll to them, see how they look. Yeah, how my colorable like character outfits look? Look at this t-shirt on my own, just to test things. Wonder if the contrast is a bit too much. I guess it depends on like the colors you use for things. Here, give me my Iron Patroller suit back. Like, no, we're using like the darkest color. You don't normally want to not use neon colors, huh? It's smoothing out the deal I do. I guess there's not too much I can do about how it smooths out the custom stuff you can do. Or are the partners the same way? You can color them. Kinda, actually? I might want to lessen the contrast, like, intensity. That actually seems like it's an issue. Actually, no, that isn't even... No, that's just normal Goku. That wasn't his colorable version at all. Okay, that's probably an issue we're gonna see looking at the characters here in a bit. Alright, so it seems 1.2 is a bit too strong. He kind of has like this weird, extremely bright look to him. Oh, and then it's way too red. Some characters look pretty okay. It's just... yeah, Nappa looking a lot better with the shading value we're using. Yeah, I like the contrast we're using. For most of the characters, it's just a bit too high in some circumstances. Okay, Metal Cooler doesn't actually look that bad with the values we got going on. Ooh, looking a bit odd. How about something... Shenron's looking fine. Oh, Mira uses like red, right? He looks fine. It's only like reddish tones that have the issue, huh? Most other colors seem fine. In any case, we'll probably lessen the contrast value a bit. Wow. Ultra Instinct actually looks pretty good here. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at how you are with the smooth stuff. How about... I think he's just normally this bright. Alright. I think we have, a capture that already has Goku. Do that. Give me the... Stop sorting it by modified. Give me the stain... No, not that one. The unified stain. There we go. Go back to this real quick. Yeah. Alright, when are you building is D. You're building it here. Okay, yeah, we see that. That kind of pinkish highlight it's doing with the G. And I think that's because of the contrast we're applying to it. Yeah, okay. I really do kind of like the extra bit of color it's adding. That is a bit much. Okay, that's a little better. 25? No, it starts getting too much. I wonder, does it use any of these other values when I enable the flag? It doesn't seem like it. Oh, it uses this. I called it rim light, but that doesn't... It seems to be more of a brightness value, right? We'd set it to 1 instead of 8. Yeah, it gets brighter. Okay, it keeps the same sort of darkness if we keep it at 0.1. If we add this, it becomes a bit brighter. Actually, hold on. What's that? Actually, we can set it to 2. Okay, no, rim light's still getting applied. I wonder. Alright, if we set this back to 2 where we had it, and we mess with this value, that lessen the... Nah, just makes it darker. Yeah, I think we do an edit where we set that to 1.1, and then... that just makes them a bit more washed out. Either keep it at 8 since that value seemed good, or like 9. We got rid of this. Okay, no, the original colors already seemed decently dark. So 9's probably a good value to use. Okay. Alright, this is what we'll do then. Make me want to replay Ratchet and Clank again. Oh right, we... pop this. Do this. I'm gonna replace it with this. Yeah, do a mass edit to the ones we use as a base. Oh, I keep forgetting the numpad is my toggles. Only when I look to the side do I see I accidentally messed with something. Alright, 440. Then we don't have to do a bunch of recopying. Same thing here. Another 440. Good. Now we spend a billion years compiling the shaders again. It's because I have to do this like one by one. 440 times. Oh, man. Oh, I should probably rename what I have here as like trim light to brightness? That's not quite right, is it? Oh well, I'll just leave it as it is for now. Let's see. After we get the smooth shading all sorted out, what's left? Just putting everything together, having the basic version, a version with reduced rim light, version with no rim light, creating a version for the Xenoverse 1 lighting style. How would I do that? I think of using this flag, we're setting it to 3 instead of instead of 1. We'll have it do that. I do it here? Yeah. If it's equal to 1, I do this, I'll also do that. If we're using 0 as the flag for the vanilla shading... but I want to use... Oh, and we also gotta experiment what value we should use for the cell shading. For now, I think we what? Get rid of that. Set that to true. Maybe instead of just straight equal, we just do does not equal 0 or 2. Oh, we might want to do that. And that doesn't do. And we do smooth shading. And then a similar thing here. Needs to be else. Not equals 0. Or 1. But what if I want to do smooth Xenoverse 1 style or Cell Xenoverse 1s? I need a different flag for... I need a different flag for doing it. I can't keep complicating things. Whatever. For now... this seems to have finished. Howdy, Wolf Scout. Xenoverse 2 into Big 25 is crazy. It's almost 26. But yeah, it's not my fault they keep making DLC for it. In fact, we're waiting on another DLC, like, sometime mid next year, I guess. How you doing, Wolf? Alright, let's back everything up. Then we pack everything up again. This game likes double packing for some unknown reason. Okay, run the game again. Oh, the game is already open. Oops. Get out of here. Reboot. I can grab lunch in a bit and head to work. I should grab a little snack to eat here in a bit. I'll probably make a sandwich after I make sure things look okay here. Sandwich? Yeah, that's better to make something quick, I guess. Since I still want to sit down and mess with things here. Things do look smooth. The shading on the accessories isn't quite that smooth, but I don't think there's too much I could do about that. Because of just how the shading works on the accessories to begin with. I maybe might mess with it. I'll lay another time. Any of these other characters have accessories on them? I have like the halo, but that's not really looking for. Ah, you have the sword on you, and it's more. No, the handle still has that like cell shaded look, but the rest of the sword is good though. So maybe it's just not something I could really deal with. In any case, Goku, kind of bright pinkish part of his gi is gone. That's good. This Goku still looks a bit... I think that's just how he is, though, looking... Because no one else looks like a bit... too red or so... No, I think that's just how they are. Freaking Super Saiyan God-like colors for the skin. I don't think there's much I can do about that. Cooler looking a little bit darker. Overall, not bad. Metal Cooler actually looks... Or the... Yeah, the Super Villain Metal Cooler actually looks pretty good. They're a bit bright, but I think that's just like the rim lighting stuff going on. Well, Power Cell looking darker, but I think that's fine. I think that's how it's meant to be. I don't know, there's like some... You can kind of see it, then like color banding. Like on the Janemba's skin here, it looks fine. He's like pretty smooth coloring. As 6 official things sort of follow. Alright, it took me a bit while to read that. My brain's going numb. messing with all this code. No, I want to increase the value a little bit. Well, no, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's just because of how some characters are textured. There's only a few that I think have that issue of not looking all that smooth. Most of them look pretty good, pretty fine. I think it's only like a very set few. It's because I keep looking at how the... Like... Alright, because if I look at Goku here and... set him back to being, like, vanilla shading, it's okay, it's... very obviously different. I'm looking too much into it, I think. I think it's probably fine. Maybe. I don't know, it's bothering a bit, because you look at it like Gamma's sleeve here. Stop moving, you bastard. You can see, like, the different... like, bands of color ramp. Broly doesn't really have that going on. It's a nice... How far can I push the smoothing strength before things just don't look good anymore? Here, let me pull this idiot here again. Here, get on this side. And you knew you look like before the UI is rendered on top of you. Like if I'd increase this any more than 0.2, like if we go to 0.3, give it an extra 10%. Yeah, still look fine. Here, give me a normal-ish character. Do I have? All I have is Goku, Frieza, and freaking Boom in here. I need to run the game again with the render dock so I can capture more frames. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, I got a ping. Alright. My bad, my bad. Alright. So I was meant to take a break like 20 minutes ago. We'll check how things look. Or no, we're not checking how things look. We'll get the captures we want for the characters that we think look a bit off. And then we'll go on a short BRB before... Or whatchamacallit. Or messing around with values again. Alright, what was one of the characters that we thought though? It was Gamma. One of them. They both have like the same kind of texture undershirt. Is there another character with like different kind of shading going on? You're looking fine, right? Piccolo doesn't really have it. Vegeta kinda has it, but I think it's okay enough on him. Because his clothes are meant to be like shiny anyway. You still kinda have it on your skin, alright. Right, there we go. That's a decent enough view of how the shoulder is a bit weird. But say that it's the shoulder, but the arm is. Oh, you know what? Whatever. Just tweak things a bit. If I can't get it looking much better, then I'll probably just leave things as they are. And then for you... yeah, your skin, like... the goodness of the skin wasn't exactly smooth. Okay. Oop. Alright. We got our captures, and we'll mess with them here in a sec. For now, quick BRB. I'm gonna go get a refill my coffee and maybe a quick snack, and then I'll continue mess with this, tweak things more. See ya in a couple minutes. Also, volume a little bit too. I'll turn that down slightly. That's probably a little better, at least compared to me. But yeah, BRB. See you guys in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I'm gonna be munching on chips for a little bit. Oops. We're used to using that one. I'll be back. There it goes. I'm being crunching. Munching. Stuffing my fat face full of food for a little while. By food, I mean pretty much just these chips I got. Oop, that's not the right one. There we go. Alright, when do you start building this idiot? There you go. The coat that I care about. Should be that one, right? Hold on a second. Bum. I like that Belzo track. Probably my favorite one. Alright, where was I? Checking what we could do here. How much can we increase the value before it looks bad? We lessened it. Yeah, lessened it even more than. But 0.3 made. Yeah, that's a bit better. I think it just looks like multiple bands because of the rim lighting. Like if we disable that. Yeah, it's a pretty smooth transition from dark to light. Well, 3's deplorable with 0.3 as the value, right? Actually... Oh no, that's what... no. Actually, yeah, I had the correct value there. It's not actually that different, huh? Hmm. The way to kind of shine is a bit different. Move the rim lighting and compare them. But it's not like so vastly different. It's bad. Yeah, how does it look on our boy here? Oh, I think that actually looks way better. Go to previous value. I keep dropping my mouse. Okay, yeah, it looks like a value of 13 gets rid of the kind of banding that was bothering me quite a bit. It's not like getting rid of it 100%, but things look way better, I think, this way. We put the rim light back on. Okay, yeah, no. Alright, so I think we changed to 12 to 13 and finally call it there. Yeah, can't think of anything else. I might wanna... Alright. I don't even know what I changed. Whatever. At 13, the other values we're messing with stay the same, yeah? Etc, etc, okay. Now we get to wait like another 3 minutes for everything to compile. I could also just compile the skin. I'm gonna put this. Which one of these? There it is. Alright, compile all. Just... Alright, for this. more time to stuff my face more. Whoa! I haven't pushed the window key. Typing one hand is hard. Um, Output photo good? No, it's still compiling. Did I actually close the thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I just moved it in back of the windows. How long does this actually take for real? Looks like it's almost done. So many different variations of the same shader in this dumb game. A lot of, like, over half of them aren't even used. They just made them, I guess, just in case they did want to use them at some point. Oh, it actually does take like 3-4 minutes. Alright, this time, for sure, things will look good. Thought I messed something up there for a second. Oh, there's a space there because there's some shaders we don't edit. Alright. The game's still running? It is. Close that while we're doing this. Alright. You know what? Just probably no to all because I don't care. It's Note all these. And relaunch the game with the render doc, just in case there's something we want to quickly check. Better than rebooting the game again for like the 5th time. Controller turned off. Stuff over here. Okay. Yeah, things already looking pretty okay. Like the characters. Custom characters, rather. Oh, they don't look as red anymore. Well, there's still a bit of pink going on there, but I think that's... No, yeah, they look better. Oh, we still have like the kind of... Or no, I think that's just the rim lighting, making his legs look weird. Like if we capture that... Here, let's grab that there. If we do a quick look here. And disable the rim lighting. Okay, yeah, no. No, there's still like the band here, but I don't want to increase this any further than the 3. Well, increasing it doesn't seem to fix how that is. I think that's just... But aside from that, I think everything else looks pretty good. Why is it like that? Why? Anything I could change about how it's doing the smoothing process? Not really, huh? Yeah, no. It's... It's something that just is, I guess. Anyway, like... A lot of the characters look pretty good with what I said here. Why is he... Here, I want to take a look at his hair here. Why... Is it the rim light? It has to be, right? Because it already looks pretty dark. That was fun. I think that's just might be the color of its thing. But things back. Yeah, it doesn't seem like his hair was that dark of a color in the vanilla game to begin with. Not that bright. Oh well, I think when 90% of all the other characters look... yeah, the smoothing on his, like, purple bits is a lot better. It having a little bit of the stuff going on. Just a smidge, though. Man, so happy. And the glowy characters still been really nice. Pretty much all of them. Was my man so bouncy? The ultra super villains looking pretty good still as well. Really like how they just made it black instead of looking like a kind of like dark coated goo covering the golden bits. Man, they did this kind of weird looking. Like the way they did the highlights for the hair is... I think would have worked a lot better if... Either did the hair... No, even if the hair was pitch black. I think what the issue is that it's not doing the, it looks texture on and isn't done the same way some of the other, like, vectors have their hair. Like, like on 17 here, you can see, like, the highlights in his hair only really show up on the parts facing the camera. Like, they kind of fade away as the shading towards the back gets darker. I think Daima Goku's hair should have done the same thing. Because they're kind of just always visible. Which makes it look really off to me. In any case, I think we finally settle on this. What we have here. I should probably take some new screenshots since the smooth shader is using a whole new like method. You can see how it looks in some cutscenes. I know cutscenes use like different lighting setups than you would see in the vanilla game. Or rather in battles, or rather. What I meant. During normal play and like battles, lighting is like different. Talk. What? Just a talk sprite? It's just off in the distance. It went away. Give me a sec. Unknown history. Do I not have all the story? No, I do. This is all. It was a historical battle. Love this one. That scene where he explodes? Wow, you're looking... Oh, it's where Goku explodes and with the freaking Dragon Fist. I'll do it! And I like lighting overlay they have on him is pretty strong there here. Got a cutscene where there's a whole bunch of flashing lights going on. Oh, I wanted a capture of a man posing at us. Hold on, do that again. Shot of Goku we got there wasn't too bad though. That's good enough. Yeah, where's the one where there's a billion coolers? Does that happen in Xenoverse 2 or is it Xenoverse 1? Might have been Xenoverse 1. Let's talk to... What's his name? Wipa? Correct. Breathe. I like how they're just actually all named after the sagas. Can you force? I don't remember. Maybe it was an overst. Or maybe it was... Oops. Why can't I remember where the freaking cutscene plays? It was on Namek. And you had to do something while Trunks went to the Getty Star or something, right? My coffee. Left it over here. No. What the? We're still not through this. How long is this cutscene? What do you mean start battle? What the? I thought I was playing the cutscene. Coolers here. Forms, you shove them into a thing. Oh, here. Okay, it was during the Cell games. Found it. I wanted a shot of like the billion coolers. Look at all of them. Get a shot of cooler exploding. Why is that split into two scenes? Ultra or a supervillain cell looks kind of garbage. I guess not supervillain, just normal villain? Villainous? Yeah, it's doing the thing where it's covered in a freaking glow. I want cooler shots. So something with Beerus. He's so mad. Pudding! Yes! There we go, that's a good shot. I like that. The Emperor's return. Ooh, how about this shot? And we'll probably go into photo mode and get a few actual, like, in-battle shots. Ah, not quite. It's also covered in the freaking aura! It's not as cool as I thought. A good shot in here. Okay, I want to shell resistance 4. How do we wait for the scratches not to be as, like, kind of aliased? I think is the right word there. Kind of faded looking. Although I guess that kind of works out with how... makes it more look like scuffs. Maybe it's better to that than like solid black lines. Aw, I missed it. Ooh, that's a good one. Ah, I missed it when I did the cool energy formation. Here. I don't want to go through all that. Whatever. Crashy, Spots, Lena, Death Star. What's the next spot's name gonna be? Kinda getting crowded. Get a few good poses, good shots on like smooth shader. One with Frieza, all golden, some of the new characters. And Broly? Nah, the like AO stuff is most visible, I think, on this Broly. I'll go with him. Random stage, hell it is. Oh, when he's putting it together, it's pretty good. Here, I want them up in the air, because getting a good camera angle kind of sucks. That's also a pretty good shot, I think. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, we'll go with this. This is also a pretty good shot. I think shows off the body a bit more. Yeah, maybe. Pretty good angle, too. You know, I'll probably use that one as the Frieza shot. I like this shot. Shows off like the shadows, like that they do all over his body. Pretty good. Yeah, okay. This'll work. Do something with the gamma. Something with gamma 2. I got something with Goku, right? What stage? West City? You know what, time chamber. I need a photo to use as like a comparison shot. This is fucking doofus. There. That works pretty good. It also might work pretty good to use for the comparison shots. If I move them to the side here. Like what I mean for comparison shot, like in my shader installer, like I have like a photo that has like the character off to the side, like away from like the options for what things to install. I actually think it's on this side though. I can't remember if it's on the left or right side. Right, maybe we'll have a version there. Oh. Okay, I like the still smooth even during this like, little blinking thing that it does. Forgot Fist? I don't want anything with too many effects in the way. Doesn't he do another pose where like smiles? Yeah, that's pretty good. We can have that as like for use as the comparison shot, maybe. Otherwise, it works pretty alright for the standard image to have, showing how it looks. Other characters. Do something with Piccolo. Fu. The Tree of Might. Capsule Corporation? Yeah, sure. We've been 4 hours. Evil Eyes, Light Grenade, Evil Explosion. He doesn't have anything new on him, does he? I guess it's the big one. Alright, we'll get something decent with you then. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Remote Serious Bomb. Should it be at the start or like when he's getting ready to toss it? Nah, I'd like to start up a bit more. You could also get a shot here. You know what? This works pretty well for an image to use as like a comparison sort of thing. I think. If it's gonna be like centered more on the right. Maybe. Oop. Okay, how about 2 shots of this? Little. Oh. Maybe. Always the hardest part about doing these is trying to get good shots for, like, show off how thin you look. There you go. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, this will probably work pretty well for comparison shots. We're using it for the comparison, like, kind of thing. I think something like this, and then if we want it as like an actual shot, something more centered, like this. Alright, I wanted Bigelow. Oh, let's get hit. The Grill Master. So get this capture. I guess show off how I even do the comparison shots to begin with. Probably be it for today. I'm gonna probably go grab lunch and then get all the screenshots I need for actually no, I still gotta set up the this is Xenoverse 1 like rim light option, don't I? Guess we'll set up how exactly I should go about that and then stream. Look at this dude. Oh, I like the streaks going out here. Kinda. A little bit of glow and whatnot. Let's increase the focal length, was it? To blur the background. Or it's at the aperture. Pretty sure it was maybe. That's what the value is. Why doesn't the background blur? If anything, it's getting like sharper. We can do a little bit of that. I don't want it as to. Be not as a low an angle. Yeah, this one's good. Dude looking menacing. Yeah? Maybe. Maybe not. The way it shifts the light isn't quite what I want for showing off smooth. This isn't too bad. Zoom in a bit more like that. Zoom out. That looks pretty good, I think. Yeah, okay, I like that. Oh, okay, what? How many do we even have? Decent Goku shot. Okay, Mira. Couple other okay Miras. I don't really like that one. Cooler shot, not as good as I thought it would be. This shot's pretty okay. This one's nothing. We get rid of that. Also get rid of these test ones. Picture my character. We don't really need that one. Pretty okay selection. Alright, so... sorry, stretch. So what do we do? Oh, there's also the cell... What? The cell seeders are too fast, whatever. Those don't matter right now. What matters more is how I... and how I toggle the Xenoverse 1 mode. Originally, I was going to use this value, but... you know, if all these need to be equal anyway... we could is... change this... and then have it be like... have a... be where... X is... strength. And then Y... Y would be like Xenoverse 1 style. Or we can... Z is... I don't know. Dummy, because I don't know. And then W is... actually, no. I'm probably onto something here. If Z is enabled, then it's pixel style. Or I guess it's not pixel, we call it cell shaded style. There we go. Let's get that out of here. Yeah, that seemed good. So the first float is how strong the rim light is. And then the other three we used as like... just like true or false, I guess, basically. Or if we have the second one, that means we're going for like Xenoverse 1 style rim lighting. If we have the middle one, then we go for cell shaded. Then if we have the last one, then we go for smooth. Just gotta remember to... if we have one of them enabled, to disable the other one. That's... if it's between the cell shaded and smooth shaded style anyway. Yeah? Yeah, because we want to be able to mix the Xenoverse 1 rim lighting style with cell and smooth cells. But it needs to be its own thing. Oh, and then of course having all of, like, all of them 0 should mean, or at least either Z or W here. The last two as 0 should make it fall back to the vanilla shading style. And then if we're going to use it like that, then what we have to end up doing later on, when it starts getting this, is instead of XYZ, it's have it be Use only the X value. Okay, and then... since they're gonna be separate, we don't need, Oh, well, we'll have to solve it. Oh. Why'd I do it like that? No, not X. I was right. Y and Z. Except this doesn't need to be up here. This is something we end up doing later on down here when we're grabbing the color. So if Z is 1, then we do something like this, true, and then we get rid of this extra bit of shading that we do. They'll give us the cell shaded style. We'll probably need to tweak that later. And then we check that. W's true, then we do the normal smooth shading. And if neither, then we just do the normal vanilla. Okay, okay, and then similar thing here, or instead we change how we're reading this. We're not smoothing the ramp. How did we end up going about this? It was something like... right, we needed to grab what the original... was using here. We might need to manually do all this. Oh, that kind of sucks. It was like, float 2? Then Y, and then we get rid of all this extra stuff we don't need. Then X would be R11X, I suppose. But we gotta make it work with the rim lighting direction. We might, because the game does different calculations for the direction of the light for colors and the direction of the light for rim lighting. So what I would need to do, I can't pull from this. I'll need to pull from what it's doing here. Just the rotation of things is different. I think what I need to do Because this is when it does like the how it decides the lighting direction and whatnot for the colors. For rim lighting, it uses VA, and it does something similar, but later on it does some other stuff. What I need to do is figure out what it's doing to rotate the ramps. And I need to undo that rotation. I think. Either need to undo that rotation, maybe it's something that's happening in here, or I need to... Maybe I can look at the way it does it for the Ultra Super Villain characters, because that uses... That's similar to the way Xenoverse 1 used to do the rim lighting. In any case, what we're looking for will end up being something. Something like that. It'd be easier to do the Ultra Super Villain one. Alright. I got my... I got some notes on how to go about this. I got a basic plan here about what I want to do with this, how I want to change the rim light variable we set. Okay, I'm probably not gonna do all this immediately, but we got some screenshots that we're gonna use for compiling everything together. We got how we want to set up things for the Xenoverse 1 rim lighting style. Almost there. I think this is basically it for now. I'm gonna start going and getting some proper food. It's been fun. Good to see how shader editing works, I suppose. Maybe that was fun to watch, maybe not. Yeah, I'll work on this a bit more tonight. Maybe stream a little bit of that if I'm not dead tired. Tomorrow we'll probably go back to playing an actual game. I just wanted to try getting some actual more progress done on the smooth shader, since I did feel a little bad that I wasn't able to, or haven't been working on it as much as I probably should have. We at least got more progress done. I think we locked in the values that we want for smoothing the characters, like colors. We learned a new value that we could use for like giving them a bit of a brighter like contrast and brightness and whatnot. And now we have a plan for how to set things up for properly getting the Xenoverse 1 style like implemented and whatnot. So once we got the Xenoverse 1 style like locked in, like on how to properly do that, I just need to compile all the different versions of the shaders. Be the Xenoverse 1 style, vanilla style, and then the different intensities for the vanilla style being like normal, half, and then off. And after all that, probably about it. Yeah. Just after all that, just compile everything and we're good. I can finally put the mod together and upload it. Yeah, that's enough yapping from me. I'm hungry, I'm starving. I'm gonna go. As always, and we're gonna watch me, thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time. See ya. Next time probably be... Time is Thursday, so probably more Ethereum Odyssey. Or Dark Cloud. I kinda wanna play more Dark Cloud. Maybe Dark Cloud. And then Friday is of course Umineko. So then...